Semangat lincah gembira, sadar bertugas mulia, berbakti dalam karya, mahasiswa Universitas Indonesia, berlambang cita berdasarkan Pancasila, dasar negara, kobarkan semangat kita demi ampera. Alma materku setia berjasa, Universitas Indonesia, kami wargamu bertekad bersatu, kami amalkan di dharmamu dan mengabdi Tuhan dan mengabdi bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Gaudeamus Igitur, Iuvedes dum sumus. Gaudeamus Igitur, Iuvedes dum sumus. Pos iucundam juventutem, pos molestam senectutem, nos habebitur.
Universitas Indonesia, the place where knowledge and innovation are committed to humanity. Through its long story since 1849, Universitas Indonesia is considered as the oldest educational institution in Asia. It has been through a substantial change for more than a century. Founded as Javanese Medical Doctors School, today Universitas Indonesia became a center of science, technology, culture, and arts. Located in a 320 hectares greenery area, Universitas Indonesia offers a comfortable environment for daily teaching and research activities. To become one best world-class research university, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide wide and fair access of high-quality teaching and learning. Being part of global educational institution, Universitas Indonesia invites students from all over the world. A value of learning how to convey and to accept knowledge with global society despite different language and cultural background. In the process to be an open knowledge community, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide learning opportunities to talented students from all over the world through its extensive scholarship program for more than 500 students each year. Excellences of the university's researchers have At Universitas Indonesia, each student has the opportunity to share knowledge and making something that will impact society and how they get used to with global competitive environment. To become virtuous and globally competitive graduates and prominent leaders in many respective fields. Academic, extracurricular, and other resources are designed to prepare them for the highest positions of leadership and lives in many fields of service of global human endeavor. Also, how they learn to implementing knowledge as part of community service. A simple solutions for most common social problem in developing country. Many graduates of Universitas Indonesia play a central role in both national and global development, a strong tradition in making contribution to society. Interaction with global influential leaders is part of learning process of all University of Indonesia's academic society. How they perceive a global challenge through the respective leaders. It's our commitment to constantly developing a learning community that always moves forward with open arms to embrace all talented young people. Universitas Indonesia, the next level of excellence.
Excellencies, honorable guests and participants, welcome to opening ceremony of Second International Conference on Sustainable Design, Engineering, Management and Sciences ICSDEMS 2020 and Fourth International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies ICSGS 2020, the annual international conferences hosted by School of Strategic and Global Studies SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. I am Dr. Jeffrey. I'll be your MC of this event today. Gentlemen, I am honored to inform that we have excellencies together with us today. The Honorable Minister Johnny Gerard Plate, Minister of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia, that will be represented by IR Marvels P. Situmorang, MT, from Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia. Professor Dr. Ari Kunchoro, Rector of Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Dr. Subroto, PhD, Director Schools of Strategic and Global Studies SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Abdul Mutaali, PhD, Vice Director, School of Strategic and Global Studies SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Ling Yolar, Chairman of ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Sattar Imamian, Manager of Sigma Research and Consulting. Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong, Director of Low Carbon Society, University Technology Malaysia. Dr. Gemma Purdy, Monash University, Australia. Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle, the University of Hartford, United States of America. And Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, Director of Middle East and Islamic Studies, University of California at Riverside, United States of America. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please respectfully direct your attention to the host country Indonesian national anthem, and please welcome Orkes Sinfoni Universitas Indonesia Mahawaditra to perform the Indonesia Raya. Respectfully welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, due to limiting social gathering policy imposed by the Indonesian government, this year version of ICSDEM 2020 and ICSGS 2020 is now conducted through a virtual platform via Zoom. Health and safety of our fellow participants, invited guests and keynote speakers and committee members are indeed our top priority. The second edition of ICSDEM 2020 and fourth edition of ICSGS 2020 will focus all aspects related to our prime conference theme. For ICSDEM 2020, resilient and responsive approaches for sustainable development toward a better quality of life. And for ICSGS 2020, pandemic crisis risk, impact and mitigation, global perspective of social, humanities, and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 provide a significant platform for knowledge sharing, strategic discussion, and establishment of research networking that enabling a global partner for future collaboration. This virtual conference is proudly brought to you by the School of Strategic and Global Studies, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia, in collaboration with Universiti, Putra, Malaysia, and Sigma Research and Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, let me again extend a very warm welcome to every one of you to Second International Conference on Sustainable Design, Engineering, Management, and Sciences ICSDEMS 2020 and Fourth International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies ICSGS 2020. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite our respected ICSDEM 2020 and ICSGS 2020 Conference Chair, Dr. Lin Yola, for delivering her welcoming address. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jack. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, honorable guests, respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning and good afternoon or good evening to some of you from some other countries. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020. I am greatly honored to have this opportunity to chair this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the agent of change. School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, continuously commits the agenda in acceleration of academics and research innovations. The complexity of the global challenge calls for the comprehensive alternative of strategic solutions that requires bridging the multi-layer actors, academics, private players, and policymakers, as well as the public societies. Among the significant challenges are ways to achieve the sustainability agenda and the response to the global crisis. Therefore, School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, brings the concept of joint two international conference in these two significant areas, namely Sustainable Built Environment and Strategic and Global Studies with the big theme of resilience and responsive approach for sustainable development towards a better quality of life, and pandemic crisis, risk, impact, and mitigations, global perspectives of social, humanities, and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, the speakers in these programs are uniquely placed to debate these two significant areas and highlight the key concepts, trends of these themes, and highlight the key concepts and trends of the current practices. Especially interesting will be to learn the priorities and developments from the range of contextual perspectives of varieties of backgrounds. Then we are very proud to be with the presenters and participants from wide range of vast expertise from cross nations. We are honored to welcome 107 paper submissions and 959 participants who will continuously joining us on both streaming, Zoom, and YouTube in these 2 days. Really, this is a great international platform for us to celebrate the multidiscipline, intra and or transdisciplines intellectual dialogue. Distinguished participants from universities, government, institutions, and private sectors. We for sure wish that our meeting in this event could be a start point of future collaborations. I would like to close this welcome with a round of gratitude for everybody who has made this event possible. Our rector, vice rector, director, vice director who keeps their commitments to initiate and support the knowledge sharing and the innovations. Our collaborators, Universiti Putra Malaysia and Sigma Research Consulting that closely working with us since last year, the technical committee, honorable speakers, professors, staffs, students, and of course, my fellow organizing committee. The success of this joint international conference is all yours. I sincerely hope that you will enjoy these 2 days of dialogue and networking with the good insight from the conference. And of course, we look forward to continuing this journey with you all and meeting you again in ICSDEMS 2021 and ICSGS 2021 on October next year. I thank you. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Dr. Lin Yola, for her notable welcoming address. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda for today's opening ceremony of ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 will be proceeded into launching ceremony. In due to that, we proudly bring to you Professor Ari Kunchoro, PhD, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, to convey for his opening remark and at the same time to launch this conference event. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm honored to welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Minister Johnny Gerard Plate, Ministry of Communication and Information of Republic of Indonesia. I also welcome the plenary speaker for the opening and closing ceremony, Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong, Director of Local Carbon Society, University Technology Malaysia, Timothy O. Aden Kule, PhD, lecturer at the University of Harvard, United States, Dr. Gemma Purdy, lecturer at Monash University, Australia, and Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, Director of Middle East Islamic Studies at University of California, Riverside. Distinguished guests, Universitas Indonesia is determined to elevate the quality of education through various academic research and activities. One of the targets is to establish UI as the world-class university. The School of Strategic and Global Studies, SIJI, has one significant role in Indonesia to play a strategic positioning in realizing this target. Therefore, SGS UI, with its multidisciplinary and or interdisciplinary scientific approaches, keep its commitment to hold international conferences with multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approaches. This year, School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia, in collaboration with Universiti Putra, Malaysia, proudly welcome academic and non-academic to join the second international conference on sustainable design, engineering, management, and science, ICSDEMS 2020, with a big theme of resilient and responsive approaches for sustainable development toward a better quality of life, and the fourth international conferences on strategic and global studies, with the big theme of pandemic, crisis, risk, impact, and mitigation, global perspective of social, humanities, and resilience. At ICSDEMS 2020 aim to provide a platform for researcher, engineering, designer, planner, and project management, as well as industrial professionals from all over the globe to present, share, and exchange their research results and activities about all a part of green built environment, while ICSGS aim to bring together various specializations related to social, humanity, and resilience, and that significantly support a comprehensive effort to accommodate delegates, a sharing platform, and enable them to establish a research networking. With this, I officially open these 2 days the School of Strategic and Global Studies Indonesia International Conference to all presenters and audiences, and of course the host, School of Strategic and Global Studies. I wish you a happy conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next important agenda of ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 keynote session has come to the turn. Before we proceed further, let me introduce our distinguished keynote speaker from Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia. Due to his emergency presidential duty, in this very same schedule, the speech of Honorable Minister Johnny Gerard Plate is going to be delivered by IR Marvels P. Situmorang MT from Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Bapak IR Marvels P. Situmorang MT.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, Excellency, Rector of Indonesia University, Professor Ari Kunchoro, distinguished speaker and participant of this occasion. First of all, I would like to forgiveness of the Honorable Minister of Johnny Plate cannot deliver their keynote speech in this occasion due to any agenda of his in the same time. So it is Mr. Dr. Jeffrey, this my sound is
Bapak IR Marvel is perfectly sound.
okay.
You can continue and proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. So it is an honor for me to deliver his speech on behalf of our minister, and in this occasion allow us to share with you, I think, some of our already done with this situation, actually relating with digital transformation in facing COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. Can we share our, the committee will be share our presentation? Okay. Okay. We want to share for this opportunity what we doing for in facing COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia relating with digital transformation. As we know that the telecommunication is one of the most important infrastructure in modern human life today. So without telecommunication technology, we cannot imagine how we can carry out our daily duties. So with this, to support the continuity of the telecommunication industry means the lack of technological control and prolonged world economy recession, the government must come up with the intelligent regulatory and policy arrangement to provide the best for the people. This figure, we want to show you the 5 direction of our president, Mr. Jokowi. They mentioned in last August 2020, the pandemic, as we know, is a blessing disguise, I think, as it's allow the acceleration of the digital information. And also with this pandemic, we have a new term of telecommunication is a new oxygen. It's popularly coined, and with this, President Jokowi made direction 5 strategy steps to accelerate digital transformation in Indonesia. The first one, how to develop infrastructure immediately, and also how to develop digital transformation roadmap, and also to accelerate integration of national data center, and the last, how to preparing human resource with digital talent and also regulatory needed. This figure, all this component must be built simultaneously. MCIT, means Kominfo, is the conductor of the orchestrator of these building blocks, so they to ensure the simultaneous implementation. If done serially, the transformation will not be optimal. The infrastructure component is the most important because it is a basic prerequisite. It must exist first, because if it's not available, we cannot undergo digital transformation. Passive infrastructure and active infrastructure, the telecom network and the device are a part of this. It means the orange block. What are the indicator saying that the infrastructure is evenly distributed? It is based on a coverage, quality, and affordability. Coverage must be evenly distributed, and quality of service must be maintained. All people must be able to carry out activities in the digital space with adequate quality. If you want to translate it into the cellular term sector, then 4G is a must technology. The third requirement is affordable. This means that the service must not only be available and in a good quality, but it must also be affordable. Cheap or expensive is relative, but affordability needs to be considered. This determines how much quota can the community or household set aside for telecommunication spending. These 3 things are not an easy fit. because they must be available to the community, especially during a pandemic like this situation. Infrastructure will lose its meaning if it is not used. So on top of this infrastructure or application, there are platform or application that are used during a pandemic. If we want to shop, we have several marketplace. If we want to commute, we open our phone and check the map of our traffic, etc. In addition to that, application data and content need to be localized because they are asset for the country. Personal information, defense, and security data, everything must be guarded. So, in all this block must be regulated in a way so that each block is treated differently. There is a telco law for infrastructure. There is a ITE law for application, and there is a PDP Act for a content. In order for all of this to be utilized effectively, the capacity of the people need to be upped. Sufficient community capacity or digital talent must be there to maximize the building blocks. Last but not least, security is needed to ensure the building blocks are safely built. Once again, MCIT, it means Kominfo, needs to orchestrate all of the building blocks, especially during the pandemic like this. Kominfo launched several initiatives. The first is initiative is relating to infrastructure and application, followed by digital literacy and small and medium enterprise, information dissemination, and also social productivity and capacity building. Each initiative followed by some action. For instance, for infrastructure application, we develop coverage and quality of service, the infrastructure, as far as I can, and also we set up in terms of digital literacy, online class cyber creation, monitoring program for small medium enterprise, and also for initiative information dissemination. We launching official channel such as website for COVID-19.go.id, chatbot WhatsApp, and also SMS blast. And the last initiative for social productivity, we provide also online digital talent scholarship and digital entrepreneurship academy. This figure to show us how the internet user penetration, we imagine that the internet user growth is so fast in terms instead of the population growth. In some day, we think of that the internet user, the number of internet user will be the same with the population. If just only if the infrastructure developing deployment of the infrastructure is reach all people whatever there are in Indonesia. But it must be known that 97% of people rely on of the cellular connection as their primary connection. and just followed by Wi-Fi for a secondary connection. This means that the mobile infrastructure really needs to be considered as a basic need for the people in Indonesia, consider to the geography of Indonesia. This is our figure of the mobile infrastructure. We still have a lack of the infrastructure, especially in rural, or we call in 3T area. So the government is trying to open access to villages that had not been served by 4G infrastructure with various schemes, either through contract with the operator commitment or cooperation between the government and business entity, as well as through Bhakti. This is the belong to the MCIT for 3T area, means disadvantaged frontier of outermost of area. And we can imagine how many requests of cellular signal usage service that enter the BTS every time. But if all of that is not accompanied by the availability of optical fiber as the backbone, there will be a traffic jam or a bottleneck. This is a figure, the last figure, to show how infrastructure, both of the fiber optic and also mobile infrastructure. I think that's the point that have to be shared in this opening ceremony. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Bapak IR Marvel P. Situmorang MT, for his very remarkable and informative keynote speech on digital transformation in facing of COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. Indeed, as we are all aware, the digital communication and informatics are the enormous savior to us in this outbreak era, especially. Thank you again, the Ministry of Communication and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia, for the entire effort taken. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a cultural performance of Keroncong Kemayoran. Before we proceed further, let me introduce this unique fine art cultural performance, Keroncong Kemayoran. Keroncong Kemayoran is a traditional song from Betawi, Indonesia. Keroncong is one of Indonesian music that uses flute, string, and vocal instrument. It also has historical link to Portuguese musical instrument known as fado. Meanwhile, Kemayoran is one of the district in central Jakarta. The song of Keroncong Kemayoran implied to encourage people to be happy. It encourages us that even if we face some difficulty, misfortune, or even have a bad day, always remember that there will always be a way. Please enjoy, ladies and gentlemen, Keroncong Kemayoran.
Jiwa manis indung di sana. Cuci-cuci, di pinggir sungai, kawan sejati, tak bisa luntur. La 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 la
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin for each 15 minutes plenary session featuring 3 invited speakers. Before we proceed, here are some messages to both speakers and participants, the audience, to ensure the smoothness of this virtual conference event. For invited speakers, during the plenary speech delivery, speakers will be spotlighted. Hence, please get the web camera on throughout the session. Please also be ensured to select the speaker view available in the Zoom setting. Question and answer session will be conducted right after the completion of third plenary speaker. For participant ladies and gentlemen, you may start having questions starting from the first speaker by dropping the question at the Q&A chat box for the reference to the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us proceed with our first plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong, Director of Low Carbon Society from Universiti Technology Malaysia. Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong graduated his Doctor of Engineering in System Information Engineering from Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan, and Senior Management Development Program at Harvard Business School in Malaysia. Presently, he is a professor at Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying and Director of Low Carbon Asia Center at UTM. He specializes in urban sustainability, environmental modeling, transportation, housing planning, and management. He previously served as project manager of Low Carbon Society of Asian Region SATROPS project and has done notable research on the Climate Action Plan for Kuala Lumpur City Hall, Putrajaya Corporation, Pangerang City, and local authorities within Iskandar Malaysia region, and 5 pilot Malaysian cities funded by Global Covenant of Mayors, GCOM Brussels. We are very much lucky to have him as today's expert to talk about low carbon cities. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ho to deliver for his plenary speech.
Thank you, Jeff. A very good morning. Selamat pagi to Honorable Minister Johnny Jara Palette, Minister of Communication and Informative, Professor Ari Kunchoro, the Rector, Universitas of Indonesia, and Lin Yola, Dr. Lin Yola, the Conference Chair, as well as a very good morning to distinguished guests and participants of this conference. May I share my screen first with my PowerPoint?
Yes, please, Prof.
Okay, I'll do that now. Jeff, can you see the display of my PowerPoint now?
We can see the slide and your voice very clear, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
Okay, yes. A very good morning to all. First, I must thank University of Indonesia for inviting me to this very important event. And I'm very glad to be with us here today. And the title of my presentation today is Accelerating Implementation of Low Carbon Cities in Malaysia on Post-Pandemic. And we know that actually cities today are very seriously tackling climate change and pandemic problems. So Malaysia, like any other developing countries, are seriously considering resilient, low carbon, responsive approach for sustainable development towards a better quality of life, which is timely in line with the conference today. But I think it is important that now with the pandemic, it is important actually for us to take this opportunity to adopt a Building Back Better, or we call BBB, framework for future cities in this new normal era. I think like what the minister speech mentioned, that Indonesia is incorporating the digital transformation or telecommunication as the new oxygen. I think this is the right timely things that we should consider in planning our future cities in the world. Okay, let me move to the second slide. Wait, how do I move my slide? Okay, the content of my presentation today will cover basically 4 main areas. One, I will cover the background, the Malaysian commitment towards low carbon and pandemic. Secondly, I will go into a case study of more. And then third, I will explain how we Malaysians adopt this approach to accelerate climate action into our Malaysian cities. And lastly, how do we incorporate this low carbon planning together with the solution for the pandemic. So we understand actually, first of all, I think if we look at today's urban problem, we can see that actually Malaysian cities, like any other Asian cities, be it Jakarta, Manila, Bangkok, Phnom Penh, we have rapid urbanization and we have rapid industrialization. So all these cities will experience so-called congestion, macet. We have pollution, we have urban heat island and sprawl. But we may able to tackle this problem with so-called low carbon solution. And from that perspective of low carbon solution, we can look at low carbon material or energy flow. We can look at green mobility. We can look at city as engine of growth, but from a perspective of green economy. We can look at the future of our sustainable communities based on the 16 goal of SDG. Then I will go into the case of Malaysia. If you look at the national level, the Malaysian government are very seriously considering this climate change effect by having the pledge of 45% reduction at COP21 Paris in 2015. And we have made the necessary obligation by preparing the necessary document, National Communication 3, the BUR 2, and now actually we are focusing very much more on cities, or we call urban development. As I think globally we know that cities will contribute about 2/3 of the GHG emission of the world emission. So of course, to handle this low carbon city planning, we have to be very comprehensive, and we need to incorporate several component. Example, like what the minister mentioned just now, digital transformation. We have to look into possibilities of green technologies, and we have to look into holistic planning. I will illustrate my point later part when I go into my case study. But I think it's very important that we talk about the methodology. Here, we have to adopt a science to action methodology. I think this is where the universities, University of Indonesia, University of Technology, or any university in the world should play a role. How do we help to convert science into action? How do we convert science into action? In this case, for my case, I'm going to illustrate today is science to action in the form of low carbon city planning. So basically the science to action, or S2A, applies scientific research related to climate change impact on ecosystem, and it involves principles that are evidence-based. So this is very important. I think for any decision making, the policy option should be objective and rational, and it must be backed up with science. So here I'm trying to describe that how we should start with the inventory. We should start with inventory. Then we move on modeling, which are very important for us to manage a city. And then we also move on this so-called baseline inventory modeling into policy making. And then I think later part we will move from policy making into action, and finally tracking and monitoring. And all this process will involve four important goals that we have to consider. For all development of cities, it's important to ensure they must be pro-growth. Growth must be there. Job creation must be there. And then it must be pro-poor. We must be able to rectify solving the problem of disparity, the poor. And ultimately, of course, solving the problem of environment, pro-environment. So these are the four components I think one have to consider when we are doing any transformation of cities using science to action. We must have a proper methodology and we must consider the four components of it. In the case of Malaysia, actually we adopt two possible options. One is either using called a standalone plan. Standalone plan meaning to say that we have a kind of low carbon society blueprint that would able to decarbonize the existing local plan. Secondly, is to mainstream, means we mainstream the low carbon planning into the development plan at the same time. And to do that, here I illustrate that actually, like for instance, the first one we call local plan 2.0. This is a kind of standalone plan whereby the kind of low carbon plan is interpreted into a development plan. So this is where we can see that the pink color is the development plan system where they have three stages. From development plan, we move to planning permission, and then we have planning permission here is actually the planning control, and then we have a feedback system. Whereas in the kind of low carbon or climate change cycle, we start with initiation, planning, execution, and assessment. So we have two processes taking place at the same time. One is so-called low carbon process, which is colored yellow, and the other one is a spatial planning, it's a space planning. So a standalone one is interpreting this process of low carbon into the development plan. But it is very important for developing country like Malaysia, Indonesia, or ASEAN country in general. We should try to mainstream this so-called our low carbon society or low carbon development plan into the development plan at the same time. So by doing this, I call it the version 3.0, and we would able to prepare or accelerate the low carbon development very quickly. Let me illustrate it a little bit more detail on what do we mean by the four stages. Initiation, we need to do baseline emission and forecasting, as well as backcasting. As you can see, these three diagram, economic, population, GHG emission, these are the three things that we need to do the initiation. Understanding forecasting, understanding backcasting. And then we move into planning. Planning stage is whereby we start preparing an action plan. The action plan that contribute to carbon emission. And finally, we work on execution. And then the last part is assessment, or we call continuous monitoring. So this is a process whereby forecasting would able to tell us what will be the future impact. Backcasting would tell us what are the possible solutions that we can do to incorporate the roadmap to achieve the target that we need. So I think to have a better understanding, I would just quickly show you some of the example that we have done in one of the very recent case. This is in Muar district. Muar district is a very interesting place. It's a city that's unique because it's about 150 kilometers from Singapore, 150 kilometers from Kuala Lumpur. It's a royal town. It's very rich in wetland forests and important agro and cottage industry. So we take this opportunity to decarbonize this city by incorporating so-called the low carbon society blueprint into the local planning. So this is how we do it. We started with a very simple tagline, Muar to LCS. LCS here got two meaning. One is low carbon society. The second meaning here, two means 2L, to be a livable and living city. 2C, to be a competitive and a connected city. Connected here because is one of the city that is going to be a station with a high-speed rail and an important place where this highway pass through. And thirdly, it's very important that it have to be special, especially because the royal town and sustainable and smart city in this context. So the incorporation of so-called the planning have to incorporate this at a very local planning level. To have a better framework, we look into global, understanding how the Paris Agreement work. We look into the national, how the national commitment work with all the national plan. And then we look into the state level, and then finally the local level, where this is the local plan that we are preparing. So it is important here that we have to look into the science as well. In terms of science, this is where the carbon emission modeling we have to do. We work out the emission that is the baseline. This is about 3.58 million ton, projected to be about 8.5 million ton of carbon, and coming down to about 5.2 million ton of carbon. So we would able to understand the city by looking even into detail. What are the components of contribution from agriculture, from waste, from transport, and from other sectors. So we can see what happened if we do nothing and what happened if we intervene. So this kind of modeling is actually where we say the science are interpreted into planning. Then, of course, I think the other important thing is we have to look into the reduction potential. Which are the sectors that they have the highest potential for us to cut down carbon? So from our modeling, we can work out that there are a few sectors, for instance, the environment, the natural resource, the industrial sector, and the infrastructure sector would able to allow planners or allow the mayors to cut down to the maximum number of carbon emission from that particular sector. So this gives us important direction for policy interpretation. And actually, having done this modeling is not good enough. We need to have a roadmap. A roadmap must be able to show what are the low carbon initiatives. For instance, I just take these two initiatives. This is talk about green industry. This is talking about the use of renewable energy. By having these two initiatives, we have to talk about the timeline. When are they going to implement? And we have to talk about who are the players, who are the agents. In this case, the responsible department, and who are the technology partners? Who are the people who are able to assist you to ensure that the development can be done? And ultimately, of course, the most important is the implementers. The person who have the money, the person who have the authority to run the show. So I think this is, it must be done from very scientific manner, baseline, modeling, target, and then we have a roadmap. So this is how it has to be done. And this is basically the explanation of how the responsible of each players, from the person in charge in the council, the partners, and the implementers. So in order to accelerate, we have done quite a number. From the national level, we have done into the city level, using science to action. And these are the cities that we have gone through: Tawau, Penampang, Hang Tuah, Kampung Baru, Muar, Kuala Lumpur. These are the cities that, for those people who are interested to know more about cities, we are happy to share with you in other platforms. Okay, I will move to the topic that we are also concerned about, this so-called pandemic situation, whereby I think this is another issue that I think it concerns us, like all countries in the world. Malaysian government are also taking very seriously about implementing MCO, movement control order, and we are also talking about targeted screening to reduce community infection and impact on public health and economy. But I think the most important of this situation, we can see that actually, this is 2 weeks ago, we have about 59,000 confirmed cases. Today, we have about 74,000 cases. And actually, the new cases increase day by day. Today we have about, 2 weeks ago it was 970. Today we have about close to 1,600. So situation is not really very good, very bright. We have to do something, and probably we have to live with it. And how are we going to improve our planning to incorporate all these things? We understand the impact, increased unemployment in terms of economic perspective, in terms of vulnerability, in terms of social threat to migrant workers, education closure, public usage loss. These are all the impact that we have. And we also know that the government are taking very serious in terms of quarantine treatment centers. And we are also have actually the bright side of it. I'm sure probably Indonesia, Jakarta facing the same thing. We find that our rivers are cleaner now. Our skies are much blue. So these are some of the good things that's happening during the pandemic. And it's due to certain restriction that can never happen in the past. And this pandemic actually gives us a very good opportunity for reflect and to really consider the change of behavior and the creation of a new society where we are low carbon, where we are more sustainable. And we opportunity to incorporate, like what I think the President Jokowi mentioned, that telecommunication will be the new oxygen, whereby digitization would be able to incorporate here. So I would let you to our so-called proposed solution by our Malaysian government, especially by Plan Malaysia. This is our Federal Town and Country Planning Department. They come up with a post-COVID solution on 9 things related to town planning. One is for inclusive city planning. We are talking about housing design. We are talking about dwellings for migrant workers. Secondly, on digitization and smart city, I think this is related to what the minister was mentioned about that kind of IT transformation. We are talking about reintroducing back about healthy city, self-sustainable neighborhood, farming in the city, compact city, and city responding to climate change. So if you look at it, actually, these are things that we city planners should do a lot of more emphasis and thinking on how to incorporate that city for active mobility, city for people who use bicycles, people who walk, and these are cities that we should be looking into the future. We should look for guidelines for healthy walkable cities. We should look for even for condition for planning approval. We should look into how this planning to be incorporated in the development plan. And we should also look into the planning of open space, recreational space, the standard, the linkages, and we should look into even neighborhood-based planning. We are rethinking about zoning. We are rethinking about how to limit movement within this so-called neighborhood may help to control this virus spread. And very importantly, now also we are talking about the food security issues, whereby we should incorporate urban farming into our local planning. We should even talk about how to reuse some of the old building structure and how to use high technology farming into cities. And of course, this is another important one. How do we rethink about this compact city and mixed use on this TOD or transit-oriented development? So all this need to revisit and new design need to come out. And of course, I think the common one that on city responding on climate change, the issues of flooding, the issues of landslide, the issues of handling them on this forewarning system, vulnerability, hazard, and these are becoming more and more serious with climate change. And these 7 elements have been used with Kuala Lumpur in their planning, in their low carbon society planning, where we are involved. We are talking about transportation, for instance, bicycle path, pedestrian network. We are talking about building, which is more on the GBI, and talking about solid waste, water, energy system, infrastructure, where we emphasize on digital technology, and then environment. So these are things that we have to consider in our so-called urban planning. And I think finally, the very important part is, of course, when you talk about all this local level, we have to go back to our national vision again. In the case of Malaysia, we are talking about the shared prosperity vision and how do we interpret it at the national level, to the state level, to the local level, and implementation. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. I think there are 5 points that I would like to highlight. We know that cities are the main carbon emission, and we need that. We also know that city will continue to be competitive and engine of growth. We should aim at decoupling CO2 emission and economic growth, meaning to say that CO2 should come down, economic development must continue. So the decoupling process is important. Secondly, the importance of science to action, a paradigm whereby it helps us to facilitate a kind of formulation of science-based policy which are more objective and able us to achieve a sustainable future based on stabilizing the climate change. Third, we can accelerate the implementation of low carbon city to avoid city locked-in society and infrastructure. And fourth, mainstreaming climate action plan into the development plan. And finally, I think very importantly is I think we should take this opportunity of this COVID situation for building back better, or BBB, to reduce future risks and revitalize our economy and livelihood. With that, thank you very much. I'll end my presentation here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable COVID-19 pandemic has changed everything in our normal living. But through this outbreak, we learned a lot for seeking outstanding solutions or even unexpected opportunities to solve the global issues related to climate changes, focusing on low carbon cities implementation. Thank you, Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong, for his very remarkable plenary speech on accelerating implementation of low carbon cities in Malaysia post-pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and the audience, now we move to the next plenary speaker, Dr. Gemma Purdy from Monash University, Australia. Let me first introduce Dr. Gemma Purdy. Gemma Purdy is a fellow at the Australia-Indonesia Centre, AIC, and adjunct fellow, Department of Arts and Education, Deakin University. Her interests include Indonesian politics and contemporary history and Chinese relationship with Indonesia. Her book include Anti-Chinese Violence in Indonesia, 1996 into 1998 in 2006, and From Vienna to Yogyakarta. The Life of Her Fates in 2011, and she is co-authored with Anja Misbach and Dave McRae of Indonesia, State and Society in Transition in 2020. Gemma is chair of the board and commissioning editor of the magazine Inside Indonesia, co-host of the podcast Talking Indonesia, and founding director of Real OSIN, Australia-Indonesia Short Film Competition and Festival. We feel very grateful to have Dr. Gemma Purdy as an expert in international politics and country relationship to be with us today. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Gemma Purdy. I pass this virtual mic to you.
Many thanks, Pat Jeffrey. Thank you for your welcome. I will now share my screen. Okay, wonderful. Well, selamat pagi, good morning. I wish to begin by acknowledging the peoples of the Kulin Nation on whose land I am today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. It is indeed a great honour to be invited to address such an important and timely conference. My thanks to Rector Professor Kunchoro, to Dr. Lin and the organising committee for the invitation to speak, and best wishes for a wonderful conference. I've been asked today to speak on the geopolitical implications of the pandemic. My paper will focus on the Australia-Indonesia relationship in particular, but I will touch on some of the broader themes of the conference and also it is set within the context, I think, of shifting trends in foreign relations in response to the pandemic and beyond. The pandemic crisis has indeed challenged nation states and the international system in so many ways, acting as the ultimate disruptor. But I'm in agreement with President Barack Obama's assessment of the future of that global system, as he wrote in his recent memoir, A Promised Land. I'm convinced that the pandemic we're currently living through is both a manifestation of and a mere interruption in the relentless march towards an interconnected world, one in which peoples and cultures can't help but collide. In this world, we will learn to live together, cooperate with one another, and recognize the dignity of others, or we will perish. In 2013, Time magazine dubbed resilience the idea of the moment in response to the challenges of climate change and other disruptions and uncertainties facing the globe. Some 7 years later, as the COVID-19 pandemic hit, diplomats, international relations scholars, and commentators have grasped hold of this idea in formulating their responses to the crisis. International relations scholar Jan Pospisil argues that resilience accepts the reality that life is too complex to predict or control, and allows us to embrace the idea, I quote, of living dangerously in an uncertain world. For other international relations scholars, there is a consensus that regionally and internationally, a nation's resilience is linked to its ability to bounce back or absorb shocks, and that recovery is only achievable in concert with others. Here in Australia, we took on this approach in our response to the pandemic at home, using the slogan, "We're all in this together." In recent months, the UN, the OECD, among many other international organizations and nation states, have also adopted resilience as a key strategy in their approach to the pandemic crisis. In a portent of what is to come, in September, the UN General Assembly warned, COVID-19 is a practical test that exhibits our weaknesses. We must build resilience now for whatever comes tomorrow. Just a few weeks ago in The Atlantic magazine, author Uri Friedman went even further, arguing that the pandemic crisis has revealed a new form of national power, labeling the post-COVID era as one in which international power dynamics will be rooted in resilient power, usurping soft power as the means through which nations exert their influence. As Friedman defines it, this power rests in, I quote, a country's capacity to absorb systemic shocks and adapt to these disruptions and quickly bounce back from them. Joseph Nye, himself architect of the soft power approach in international affairs, admitted that there is little historic precedent for what the world is currently facing, and so it demands a new dimension of resilience. I want to take you back now to just 10 months ago. Of course, it feels like so much longer than that, to February this year, and focus in on the Australia-Indonesia relationship. In early 2020, Australia and Indonesia entered what is widely regarded as a historically high point in the bilateral relationship, which in the past decade has been characterised by its lows as well as its highs. For 2 days in February, the President of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, visited Canberra, where he addressed the joint Houses of Parliament, and meetings were held to put the final touches on the years-long negotiation of the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Partnership Agreement, or ICSEPA. At this time, China was already in the grip of COVID-19, and the virus was also a feature of these bilateral discussions, but perhaps not more than a footnote. In his welcome speech, Scott Morrison thanked the Indonesians for their support. In response to Australia's horrific summer of bushfires and spoke also of Indonesia's own recent and deadly floods. In reply, Widodo commended Australia as Indonesia's closest friend, sahabat paling dekat Indonesia. The free trade agreement that had brought them together and held such immense promise was mentioned by both leaders, of course, but it was the message that this was a deep, historic, and indeed also very modern bilateral friendship, which was most pronounced. The warmth between Morrison and Widodo was remarked upon, and many leaders of industry, government, and community with connections to Indonesia were also in Canberra to welcome the president. But close friendships between governments and their leaders are one thing. Striving to go beyond that, to establish and deepen connections between the publics of countries like Australia and Indonesia, historically and geographically tied, but different in so many other ways, is quite another. Simply put, over the years, the importance the Australian government and our diplomats have accorded to the relationship with Indonesia has not been matched by public sentiment here. Warmth of feeling, if you like, or knowledge about our closest neighbour. Research continues to show us that there is still a great need to address the shallow reservoir of popular knowledge about Indonesia in Australia. And some commentators attribute this gap to disruptions in the relationship from time to time. Shifting these views and improving the ways we perceive each other remains a major task with foreign policy implications. To this end, in recent years, Australia has invested heavily in its soft power diplomacy, releasing a white paper on the subject in 2017 with the aim, quote, to ensure Australia remains a persuasive force in the region. One priority was to build on and deepen people-to-people ties, particularly with Indonesia. In many ways, of course, this focus is not new for our two countries. For decades, historians and social scientists have pointed to myriad and often long-established connections between the two countries, from the pre-colonial links between the first Australians and Makatan traders to more contemporary history. And dating back to the very first years of the Republic of Indonesia, Australian government policy has actively promoted programs for student scholarships and cultural and arts exchange. And in the last 2 decades, hyper-international mobility has seen travel between our two countries increase, with tourism and education linkages running now in both directions and connecting our countries like never before. Also, it is the case that today, the bilateral relationship is based on a complex and mature framework of multilateral and bilateral architecture. A comprehensive strategic partnership with ICSEPA, the Lombok Treaty, underpinning it. And both countries recently signed on to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which adds to the range of multilateral fora where we meet regularly. Put together, the emphasis in the bilateral relationship has shifted from its position of even 20 years ago, from that of donor and aid recipient, to this sophisticated combination of multilateralism, soft power, and trade links. But of course, as we know, within weeks of Jokowi's visit to Canberra, the coronavirus was rapidly spreading around the world, and by late March, Australia had closed its borders to non-residents, and the situation in Indonesia was increasingly concerning. Student mobility programs were suspended, and Australians in Indonesia strongly advised to return home. Suddenly, and for an unknown period of time, the cross-border mobility that has characterised our increasingly globalised reality was no longer possible. 10 months on, the positions within both countries are vastly different. Today, Australia has all but eliminated community transmission of the virus, and its economy is recovering, whilst Indonesia continues to face rising daily case numbers and deaths, and the economic future is less certain. On Friedman's measure of resilience as an indicator of power, Australia would likely be ahead. So, whilst arguably the bilateral relationship is more balanced and indeed comprehensive than at any point in history, what will be the implications of this pandemic crisis? Can we see the beginnings of a resilient power approach coming to the fore? And will this risk disturbing the precarious balance within the Australia-Indonesia relationship? In May, as the crisis was peaking in the region, Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs raced to pivot to the changing demands and challenges in the Indo-Pacific, its sphere of influence, and where the majority of its development aid is channeled. The Pacific Islands, Timor-Leste, and interestingly, Indonesia was also a priority on this list. The Partnerships for Recovery document outlined Australia's response to the pandemic crisis and its impacts. There was a one-off COVID-19 recovery fund of $305 million, given mostly for immediate healthcare and supply chain needs, and focused on assisting vulnerable groups. This was on top of $280 million that the department had already moved from aid which it said could no longer continue or programs which were no longer relevant. This tranche of programs included long-standing and heralded people-to-people programs, such as scholarships programs. And no assurances were made that such programs would be reinstalled. A few weeks ago, at a global town hall organised by the Indonesia Diaspora Network, Australia's Foreign Affairs Minister, Marise Payne, spoke of the shared motivation to develop a resilient Indo-Pacific. Indeed, Payne used this term several times, also speaking of Australia making contributions to a peaceful, inclusive, resilient region. Middle power countries like Indonesia and Australia know a lot about being vulnerable and needing to adapt. They are primed to handle these conditions in which alliances are vital and trade-offs are expected and acceptable. Greta Nabs-Keller terms this an example of collaborative middle power activism, in which the strength comes from common strategic and economic imperatives and a commitment to a rules-based international order. Ganesh Sitaraman, writing in Foreign Affairs recently, has called for more of this, using what he terms resilient multilateralism, whereby resilient liberal democracies form alliances based on shared interests of stability and to guard against vulnerabilities, including in public health and supply chains. Indeed, in the recent past, shocks to the Australia-Indonesia relationship in the form of terrorist attacks and natural disasters have strengthened the relationship in an example of what Gerald Bouchard in his Mode of Resilience treatise would call a progressive mode of resilience, whereby trauma is seized upon and responded to creatively. Nabs-Keller argues that the Australia-Indonesia bilateral relationship has been very resilient for some time due to our convergence of interests as democracies within the region. She argues that deep ties built between and within our security institutions and government agencies and its leaders have enabled the relationship to ride those ups and downs which are sometimes inevitable. And whilst I'd agree that the relationship is a relatively resilient one, I'm not sure I would entirely agree with her assessment of where its foundations lie. In a book I co-edited with Antje Misbach a few years ago, Linking People, which was put together during the last low period in the bilateral relationship after the executions of 2 Australians in Indonesia, our contributors from both countries laid out the range of deep and complex people-to-people connections between the 2 countries. We argue that these linkages, including research and teaching on Indonesia, student mobility and exchange, alumni networks, volunteering and tourism, have played a central role in creating the current state of resilience within the Australia-Indonesia relationship across all its levels. The links are vital for mutual understanding, familiarity, and ballast in the relationship, to build respect and to use Obama's words, to recognise the dignity of others. In her assessment of the bilateral relationship, University of Indonesia Professor Evi Fitriani has pointed out that the lingering ignorance or antipathy each of us have about each other, in part, is due to the lack of the types of social and cultural interaction that provide spaces for a relationship built on familiarity and mutual understanding. A soft power approach emphasizes the importance of establishing influence beyond diplomacy, government, and trade. So prized just a few years ago in foreign policy circles around the world, including Indonesia and Australia, how will soft power tools such as people-to-people relations be factored in to a resilient power model of international relations? So far, from what we can tell, this model leans towards a language of security and development within borders, with less space and indeed funding to allow for exchange across borders. Finally, post-COVID, it seems, remains to be seen if these kinds of linkages will bounce back or spring back into shape as institutionally and government-driven projects, or as individuals begin to reconnect and move beyond their borders again. Resilience will be one element of the recovery within our region after COVID, but trust, confidence, and how we relate to each other will also have a central part to play, and people-to-people engagement will be as vital as ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gemma Purdy, for a wonderful plenary speech on From Soft Power to Resilient Power, Australia-Indonesia relation in post-COVID world. Indeed, we are all in this together. Imagine how these tiny things could unite us together. Let's build resilient now for whatever comes tomorrow. Australia, Indonesia, towards sustaining for great neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, now our third plenary speaker is ready for his turn. I am happy to announce that the next plenary speech session will be delivered by Dr. Timothy O. Adikunle from the University of Hartford, United States of America. Before we proceed further, let me introduce Dr. Timothy O. Adikunle for eminent expertise in sustainable architecture. Dr. Adikunle currently works as an assistant professor of architecture at the University of Hartford, United States of America. He holds a PhD in architecture from the University of Kent, United Kingdom, and Master of Architecture from the University of Nottingham, UK. His research focuses on sustainable architecture. He has published his work in top-ranking journals and presented in top international conferences. Dr. Adikunle is a member of many professional and academic organizations. He is a reviewer for top journal and scientific organizations, including the National Science Foundation, NSF. Dr. Adikunle is the recipient of many competitive grants, including the 2020 Marion and Jasper Whiting Foundation Fellowship. Please welcome Dr. Timothy O. Adikunle. The virtual platform is all yours.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Excellence, Rector, Professor Koshiro, directors, the chair of the conference, Dr. Lin Yola, vice directors, head of departments, professor, guests, participants, and audience. Thank you for inviting me to deliver this speech. And thank you to Professor Ho and Dr. Jima for wonderful presentations. Thank you so much. You made my jobs easy and as well difficult. I'm I'm presenting a paper on preparing the resilient built environment in the post-pandemic era, lesson from the industry and assessment of thermal environment. The content, I'm going to look at the introductions, look at the perspective from the industry, briefly highlight the literature review, the methodology, what are the takeaways. I also will look at the assessment of indoor thermal environment. I will look at the literature review, methodology, takeaway, and under this, I'm going to talk about 5 case studies just to elaborate what I intend to, and the messages I intend to pass across to the audience. Generally, this pandemic has not only impacted the entire world, it has changed the way we interact, the way we operate, the way we transfer business and perform duties. The World Health Organization even termed this as a global emergency that requires a radical approach to mitigate. And from various sectors, be it educational sector, industrial sector, this pandemic has brought out some bitter lesson and sweet lesson to learn. Looking at this chart shows the map of the world, which was pulled out from the World Health Organization website. As of November 29, 2020, we could see how COVID-19 has impacted the entire world. And we could see that it has affected the superpower world more than the developing nations. Across the globe, across the entire world, the daily scientific data on fatality and positive cases are alarming. And we could see that several healthcare facilities, hospitals are overwhelmed with increasing number of cases. We have good news. Many vaccines have been developed. We could see the case of Pfizer, Moderna, and many research organizations are still working on vaccine for this virus. But it's projected that only a small percentage of pre-pandemic businesses will survive this pandemic. And we could see from in all regions of the world, we could see the number of the positive cases and the number of deaths. And we can realize that the number of the cases is directly correlated with the number of deaths. Also, from each region, as we move from the America to Europe to Africa, we could see the cases over the last 7 days and how this has affected the entire world. Now let's look at the perspective from the industry. As a result of COVID, several billions of dollars has been lost. And it has also led to many problems, depression, mental stress, isolation in many areas. And it has slowed down the sector, the built environment sector and other sector. Also, this pandemic has created different challenges that will be discussed in this presentation. According to the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, this gave us some of the thresholds to be able to how to relate, how to operate from the lower risk level to medium risk level to high risk level. In the United States, it is recommended now that everybody has to stay 6 feet apart. And this will continue even after the pandemic because it has changed the way we live. At the beginning, at the early stage of the pandemic, there was a study conducted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis in the United States. And this question focuses on some of the questions about how the farm will respond to COVID, how the industry will respond to COVID. And we could see even majority don't know what is going to happen. Now, what are the first challenges that the built environment industry or the sector will face? One is how to keep the sector safe. And these are the highlighted some points to show some of the things that we can do to keep it open and safe. We have to maintain steady pace. We have to review daily situation, slow work versus no work. We have to provide additional portable space, port for meeting and break groups into smaller portions. We have to reduce exposure and physical interaction. And that is where we are holding this conference virtually. Even the Honorable Minister mentioned that, and going back to Professor O and Dr. Jima, this has affected the way we live. It has affected the way we interact. And it has also improved the relationship between nations because people want to find a common ground to solve problems. Along the line, we have to understand how to dictate, how to address this problem, how to test and report. Also, we have to develop hybrid work plan. I know in many industry, many offices, many institutions, we can't have big classes again. We have to have smaller classes, and we have to understand how to break work into different phases and stagger schedules. And also the companies, we have the study that was done recently mentioned that many employees will decide to work remotely even after the pandemic because we want to keep people safe. Other challenges include meeting the expectation, compensation for people, support for businesses. Some businesses may not make it after the pandemic, and some businesses are struggling, and we have to provide support for them. Need to assess or evaluate and mitigate schedule delays, and guidelines for the post-pandemic activities. Now let's go to the indoor environment. According to the Environmental Protection Agency in 1989, said that we spend almost 90% of our time indoors. With shutdown of activities, we are spending more time indoors. And as a result, this has led to heat stress, mental stress, psychological stress. Even in climate where the temperature rises, people are subject to thermal stress, to heat stress. And indoor air quality will be a critical issue. These and many factors will also influence the design of the resilient built environment. Now, according to the World Building Green Council, highlighted 6 steps that we have to take, or 6 principles for healthy, resilient built environment. And this includes how to protect the environment, health, how to live with harmony with nature. We also need to understand how to prioritize comfort and create social values. This has been further simplified into this chart, and we can see that into smaller bits. Well, now let's look at the indicator to understand psychological stress in indoor spaces. And we have different thermal indices, which the first one is apparent temperature, which is 80. The second one is wet bulb globe temperature. The third one is UTCI, which is Universal Thermal Climate Index. The fourth one is the standard effective temperature. And these thermal indices can be calculated using mathematical models. And I included some of the mathematical models, which I will not go into details now. Also, for this research, these are the methodologies or the methods that we explore. The first one is field study. Under the field study, we look at the physical measurement. And when we talk about measurement, we look at measurement of temperature, relative humidity, air velocity, CO2 concentration, and other volatile organic compounds. Also, we look at solar radiation. We consider the thermal comfort survey, the walkthrough observation interviews. We also apply building simulation and mathematical models. But for the purpose of this presentation, I will only talk about physical measurements for today and mathematical models. Now let's look at the case study. The first case study is located in the United Kingdom, and it is called Osterwood. It's a residential development of 145 dwelling units. And we could see some of the houses units where we conducted long-time monitoring. We did the monitoring in summer and winter. And this shows the plan of this, some of these prototypes, because we have 10 prototypes. And this design is resilient because if you look at the schematic drawings and the floor plan shows that the design is flexible and we can move the walls as the needs changes. Also, we look at, and this is the elevations of the case study. And this is the area view of the case study 1. The case study 2 is a multi-family residency in Connecticut, United States. And some of the defining characteristics, because we look at colonial revival style multi-family buildings. And these are the characteristics that we use to be able to identify this type of buildings: dormer windows, classical columns, multi-pane windows, soldier courts, and also the gable roof. And this is one of the examples of this case study that we investigated. The third case study are low and middle incomes homes in Abuja, the federal capital city of Nigeria. We actually look into 175 homes in 4 different locations, and the location include Buhari, Dutse Alaji, Mpape, and Lube. Also, these are the floor plans and the elevations of the pictures of some of these buildings. And the thermal properties of this building are listed below. Also, we have additional buildings. And also the case study 4 is an educational building in Connecticut in the United States. And we can see the floor plans of one of these buildings in the location with the area view of the building. And the 5th case study is an educational building also in the United States. It's a LEED certified building. This table actually summarizes the important features of this case study. We could see that the case study 1 is built to the Code for Sustainable Home Level 3. It meets the Code Sustainable Home Level 3 in the United Kingdom. The case study 2 and case study 3 do not meet any codes. Case study 4 is a LEED certified educational building. Case study 5 is a LEED certified educational building. Case study 1, 2, 3 are residential buildings, but case study 4 and 5 are educational buildings. And we have a wide spectrum of case study from the United States, from the UK, and from the tropical region. And we also have a column that shows the building materials: mass timber, lightweight, heavyweight, and the numbers of the dwelling units that we investigated with the average U values of this building. Now let's look at the data analysis. Looking at this case study, what it suggests, we realize that the case study 1 that is built to the level 3, it shows that it is slightly, the mean sensation shows that it's slightly warmed. Case study 2 and case study 3 that are not built to code, that are not prepared for the resilient built environments, the thermal sensation shows that it is warm and hot. What this suggests that the occupants in case study 2 and case study 3 are vulnerable to heat stress, they are vulnerable to overheating, they are vulnerable to psychological stress, which can also create additional impact on the occupant. When we consider the thermal indices that we explore for this study, which is set with WBGT and UTCI, we realize that the LEED certified buildings, the buildings that are built that prepare for the resilient built environment, will respond to the thermal change in the environment and the pandemic even when people spend longer time within the indoor spaces, the possibility of being vulnerable or prone to thermal stress or psychological stress is lower than the buildings that are not built to code. And this result shows also that when we look at this graph, when at the point where the temperature rises above 25 degrees Celsius, that shows that the people within indoor spaces are prone to thermal stress, considering the table that we have for the psychological stress for indices. The ongoing research that we are doing at a large development in the Northeast region in the United States also suggests that the buildings that are not prepared for the resilient built environment are prone to heat stress. Now, let's connect this with the existing research. That's a study conducted by Philip et al. In 2020 at the early phase of pandemic. The study highlights likely upcoming climate hazards during the COVID. And from each continent, he identifies some of the critical ones. Number 1, wildfire. Number 2, floods. Number 3, hurricane. Number 4, heat waves. Now, from the study we conducted, it shows that there are the occupants in case study 2 and 3 are prone to heat waves, they are prone to overheating, they are prone to heat stress. Now, we need to understand transformative adaptation that we could take. We need to understand underlying inequality. We need to behavior and lifestyle changes. Also, we need to develop people-centric city planning. This goes back to what Professor Oles mentioned in his presentation. Developing people-centric city planning, carbon and low carbon city emission are very, very critical. What are the takeaways from this research? Number 1, more people will be prone or vulnerable to heat stress. Indoor air quality will likely reduce as indoor temperature rises. Radical approach to new design guidelines will need that. Change in building codes, regulation, and space standards. We now have 6 feet apart. This will impact how we build. The change in building codes will impact, we change the building envelopes. Some new design guidelines will come out. New guidelines on how to assess comfort, environmental air quality in the built environment. Resilience planning is critical for the resilient built environment, and lessons from the pandemic should inform future resilience. I want to leave us with this slide. For us to be able to prepare for the resilient built environment, we need to go back to the basics. And that is, we need to focus on this principle. Number 1, to protect and improve health. That means we need to take into consideration the air quality, the water quality, the mental health, and infectious disease. Number 2, we need to prioritize comfort for building users, even for outdoor building users. We need to understand how to determine comfort, to achieve the thermal comfort, lighting comfort, acoustic, visual comfort, inclusive design. We need to design for harmony between the natural and built environment. We need to facilitate positive behavior and health. We need to create positive social values with buildings and communities. And we need to take climate actions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are really much appreciating Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle for his overwhelming and delightful plenary speech on a healthy, resilient built environment. Indeed, the content delivered are directly related to us for quality living, especially during this pandemic era. Ladies and gentlemen, Now we take this opportunity to open for question and answer in this panelist session to our speakers, Professor Dr. Ho Chin Seong, Dr. Jema Purdy, and Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle. Please welcome. Participant ladies and gentlemen, it is your opportunity to give question to the speaker. Please drop it at the Q&A chat box, and don't forget to note the question to whom it addressed to. We will assist you by reading the question on behalf. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the sustainable topics and pandemic crisis are really much interesting to further explore. Maybe we can start with the first question dedicated to Prof. Ho. Prof. Ho, the question is, the question is taken from the chat box from one of our participants, all right? The challenge of high carbon emission is unavoidable in Jakarta metropolitan area. Recently, Indonesia government go with national agenda of relocating the administrative center from Jakarta to Kalimantan. Prof. Ho, do you think this is a strategic alternative to mitigate the carbon intensity in the current Jakarta Central? In the current Jakarta situation, I mean. So please advise. So
thank you
right.
For the question.
Thank you, Prof. Ho.
I think if you mentioned that Jakarta, Bangkok, Kuala Lumpur, these are big cities. You're right that actually we have a very big so-called carbon problem. High carbon is unavoidable. That's why when I mentioned the very beginning part of our cities in Asia, we have high carbon because of high urbanization and high industrialization. And to me, it's a good thing because we Asia need to grow and we need to provide jobs for the people because our economic growth is still at a very early stage. We need to grow. But we must take this opportunity. I use the word to decarbonize. Decarbonize in the sense that using approach of decoupling. Decoupling here means we try to allow economic growth, but at the same time, we try to cut down carbon emission. And this can be done, actually, if you see countries like Germany and Japan, they have done it very successfully by introducing so-called, first approach is trying to avoid locked-in carbon. Because if we invest in our infrastructure, building, transport and all those with old technology, we will end up with this carbon locked-in for the next 30 years, 60 years. So we should start moving into a low carbon way, one. Two, we have to adopt low carbon society lifestyle. I think our speaker team have mentioned very strongly about how to go about it in terms of built environment and other things. But I think he's right that if we really start from now as a developing country, as urbanization and industrialization is so rapid, we should cut down our carbon by embracing SDG, by embracing so-called high green technology approach to cut down carbon. I think that is the first thing that that probably we should do. Second question he mentioned is relocation of this Jakarta to a new capital in Kalimantan. I think if you look from the history of called New Administrative Center, be it Washington DC, Canberra, Putrajaya, all these cities actually they have a different agenda. Of course, the cities are crowded, high cost in terms of redevelopment, high cost because of pollution, high cost because of traffic congestion and all this. So one alternative is actually to look into possibilities of a new administrative center. And it has been done quite successfully in quite a number of cities. But having said that, of course, the agenda was very much different from so-called carbon emission. Actually, by moving to a new area, if the thing is a greenfield site, then probably you'll be tend to be on the higher carbon, unless we are talking a brownfield site. But looking into the case of Jakarta, I think this is probably an opportunity for us to explore the concept of BBB, building back better into the new capital city. I think this is what also happened in Putrajaya and other capital cities. Of course, there are other negative aspects of new capital city. It can be quite boring because of too monotonous land use, but it can be done, it can be solved. And I think this kind of relocation, of course, if you really want to look into carbon intensity increase, certainly we have to do simple modeling, trying to look into two options. Option one, if we keep the capital city as it in the old location and the new location, we can do it very quickly, we can understand the thing. But in terms of intensity, because I think the question he used the word carbon intensity, certainly there'll be a reduction, because I think this new capital will allow us to have a more high economic growth. So carbon intensity reduction will be also affected by two parameters. One is GDP and the other one is carbon emission. So certainly with the new capital city, the GDP of Jakarta will certainly grow. So the question for carbon intensity, yes, certainly there will be a reduction. But for carbon emission, beginning, maybe there will be an increase. But after maybe 10, 20 years, it should be able to come down. And that probably is my quick answer for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Ho, for the very good insight about the question. So ladies and gentlemen, please take note on the decarbonized strategy. And from now on, we need to start to embrace for the low carbon lifestyle. Together, we start from now. So we move forward to our second plenary speaker, Dr. Jema Purdy. This is one of the questions from the concerned scholar. Dr. Jema, how in the future the development of scholarship from the Australian government to Indonesia, for example, AAS, will the amount still remain, or will the amount be reduced? Please advise, Dr. Jema.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Well, at this point in time, this is still unclear. What we do know is that at this moment, many of those programs were either suspended or had reduced budgets allocated. We understand that the program that is referred to here, the Australia Awards program, which is one of the most important kind of crown jewels for Australian foreign policy, particularly in our region, for its people-to-people program, we would hope, be up and running in its full capacity when international travellers can come back to Australia. So as you would know, our borders are currently closed and we are only allowing Australian citizens to return. But there is a lot of lobbying and a lot of concern about allowing international students to come into the country. And so I would imagine that at the top of the list would be recipients of the Australia Awards government programs. But so it's still, let's wait and see. But hopefully, those programs are ones that will be safeguarded. But we know that the budgets were reallocated. That's true. And this particularly included schemes that allowed Australian students to go into the region or go overseas. But particularly those students were going to the region and many of them going to Indonesia. So for the foreseeable future, that's not going to continue. And I would imagine really there would be a cut to that budget if it did resume. So I think that, in the overall picture, we understand why the government had to take the measures that it did to reallocate budget out of those kinds of programs. We're all about mobility, to look at where the problems were now, the immediate concerns within our region, and to focus on those. So as I mentioned, concerns about healthcare, vaccines, these kinds of things the Australian government is investing in our region, in Indonesia. And so there's, it's timely, this is important. But I guess I'm kind of just raising it now because, it's sometimes like this, that when budgets go, when a focus is shifted, then, you never quite regain that. And Australia was having great success through those programs, and we would hope that that is something that we can remain or maintain for the future. And I think it will be important for post-COVID recovery in those countries, but particularly for maintaining the relationship between Australia and the region through our people-to-people connection. Thanks for your question.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Jena, for a beautiful insight. And also, please, there is still hopes in the future. So to all our scholars, stay tuned and keep focusing with your achievement. All right. So maybe the next question is, we move forward to our third panelist, Dr. Timothy O. Adikundler. All right. The question is, developing or poor countries are still struggling with their cities and country development. But during this pandemic, all right, the attention is basically most given to the health and economic sector. So this situation might go 1 or maybe 2 years, even more. All right. So the question is, how built environment and construction sector would survive? Please advise, Dr. Timothy. I pass this mic to you.
Thank you for that wonderful question. It's one of the challenges that we also face in the United States. And one of the things that the government did was to make the construction workers essential workers, so that they are not totally shut down, and to actually give them incentive like stimulus to be able to. So government has to support in this case, because when you declare a sector that is essential for the development of the country, like Professor O mentioned, like Dr. Jiman mentioned, even if we want to build a low carbon emission city, we still need to do some construction that are carbon efficient. So the government has to give a kind of a tax credit for building low carbon emission buildings. And there should be a kind of a system that each government of each nation should put in place to support the construction sector. Any country, any nation that stops this construction industry will not progress, because we need that. The development has to come. The population increases, we need more houses, we need more facility. The current facilities needs to be maintained. So we need the help of the government. Also, we need the policy that will encourage the private investor to invest in construction sector.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Timothy, for your opinion on the question given by one of our participants. So we can open for the second level of the question and answer. So Prof. Ho, there is one question for you.
Okay.
So about the sustainability, Prof,
Yes.
Is sustainability concept a great solution to the pandemic response, or another way around? So basically, we need to rearrange our target of sustainability due to the pandemic. Prof, please advise.
From our perspective, actually, when we were talking about climate change 10 or 15 years ago, we worked very much more on 1, carbon reduction, 2, adaptation. That is basically sustainability. Then came in pandemic. We now looking at it as opportunity, because, like for instance, when I show you the slide that the sky become cleaner, blue color, and the water become cleaner, that is actually impossible in a big city like Kuala Lumpur for many, many years. But it only can happen during the COVID situation.
Exactly.
People can change their habit of not really using cars. So I think this is, see, human behaviors or human lifestyle is very powerful tool that we can change. Even in the case of Japan, they have shown that actually by having a behavioral change, they can reduce as high as 20 to 25% carbon emission reduction. So meaning to say that actually to go low carbon or to go for a climate action plan is not really need to be very expensive. So when people talk about expensive solution, building a solar panel and having change to high technology and all this, those are a good solution, but it can be quite expensive and it can be quite unaffordable to developing country. So there are many low-lying or low-hanging fruits that I think we should use. And if you look at this post-COVID, this COVID situation really gives us an understanding of how we communities can really go low carbon, actually by understanding and by restricting certain or by changing certain behavior. So we look at it as a co-benefit. Yeah, I look at it as a co-benefit. I think it should come together. So that is the approach that we are adopting at the moment. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ho. So the gist is changing behavior is a key element to maintain the sustainability. So Dr. Jema, we can proceed further for another next round of question. So this is question from the participant, I guess. So Dr. Jema, we are really much interested with Australia's strategic effort in building good relationship between both countries. Australia, Indonesia. COVID-19 pandemic has basically stricken our tourism industry really, really bad. Can you please share your expert view on how this can be resolved in terms of strategic support from Australia? Please welcome Dr. Jema.
All right, thank you for the question. Yes, well, tourism is one of the booming areas where Australians and Indonesians have encountered each other over the past several decades, but really in the last 5 years, we've seen the numbers of Australians traveling to Indonesia for their holidays rise exponentially. So obviously, so very important, and so very important for local economies in Indonesia. And whilst most Australians will be heading to Bali, the Indonesian government's campaign to encourage them to move to other places has, of course, also been important. But equally as important and interesting is the flow of Indonesians into Australia as tourists, which has increasingly been happening as the middle class has expanded, and this has been something that Indonesians do, overseas travel more and more. In terms of how the Australian government, the strategy of Australians to assist with rebuilding tourism in Indonesia, well, as you know, at the current moment, Australians really cannot leave the country. This is basically because there's very few flights that have been arriving here and therefore allowing Australians to depart. It can happen, and it will happen increasingly, I think, now that our borders are opening a little more, specifically for our Australian citizens, as I mentioned. But I don't think that there will be, once Australia, we have the confidence that there is a vaccine, etc. I think that, as we all know, Australians love travel, and I don't think that that will be a problem. I think that we will get back to Indonesia in large numbers again. I think that that's an inevitability. But I guess, I'd ask a further question, which is around, what do Australian tourists contribute to Indonesia other than just, a transaction, a commercial transaction? You would be aware that there are incredible business relationships between Australians and Indonesians as well, and that's often within tourism and hospitality, and in other kinds of businesses. There was another question asked, Buck, if I may, which kind of asked, related to this, which was about an imbalance that sometimes comes when you have these connections between Australians and Indonesians, be it maybe in business or more of this transactional relationship that we're talking about, where Australians may go as tourists and consumers really to Indonesia. And how do we avoid that kind of imbalance, and sometimes it's a negative thing? Really, I would encourage the idea that we need to have more two-way movement. So, for Indonesians to also have the experience of of meeting Australians here, of understanding Australia as much as we need Australians to go to Indonesia. That this has to be done very much with an idea of mutual benefit in the relationship. Also, as you would know, the free trade agreement that was signed that I spoke about was very much about that idea of mutual benefit in the trading relationship and transference of skills, particularly from the Australian side to the Indonesian side, so that this built a relationship not based on simply extracting from Indonesia, which is very much, we can talk, this is colonial overtones, we can talk about it historically as something that Indonesians are wary of. And Australians need to actually be aware of that when they go to Indonesia, when they do business there. And I think that not many do. And that's why here I mentioned too the importance of Australians developing a deeper knowledge about Indonesia, its history, people, society, etc., than we do right now. And whilst our governments get along very well because they understand each other, they have similar interests, it's also very important that you bring the people with you. And, I see that there are trends in Australia for that to be a little bit lacking, where, our emphasis on the study of Indonesia and Asia is not where it used to be in our universities, for example. And so that's an area that, really needs to be focused on, and we can't take our eyes off that. We can't just focus on trade and focus on business, because the rest of it, understanding the culture, the language, the society, that's extremely important.
Exactly. All right. Thank you, Dr. Jenna. Dr. Jenna, before that, in a quick view, all right, maybe in terms of the global study perspective, on the other hand, the theory of soft power as the basis of cooperation between post-pandemic countries is good, but there is a tendency for strong countries to co-opt in the political economy aspect of developing countries and poor countries. So instead of creating equality, it creates gaps and dependence of developing countries on strong countries. How do we minimize these negative impacts? Please comment, Dr. Jenna, on this in a quick view. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. Well, it kind of covers a little what I was already said, but where I mentioned this need for establishing an equal partnership, for more of that to take place, for to identify mutual benefit for Australian businesses to not simply go into partnerships and extract that idea that I mentioned before. So very much for a two-way exchange. But I think that was my point, that if Australians, when they encounter Indonesia, do so with a much deeper understanding than they currently do, then hopefully some of this imbalance won't be there. And our government is on the right track. This is exactly the kind of international relations and bilateral relations that's good. Done in a multilateral way, we have lots of things in common. But we shouldn't take our eye off what was identified here by the question, which is that often the stronger country does seem to have, a greater power in the relationship. And my concern that I was kind of getting at was that if foreign policy starts to be seen through this idea of resilient power, who has that resilience, then I think that it detracts from the importance of these other tools that we have to use and these other strengths that countries have, not just that focus, which is something that as I mentioned, Australia has right now, and it does not. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jenna, for the excellent insight on both questions. So we will have one question dedicated to Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle. Dr. Timothy, we are very much attached with your study on relationship between the healthy, resilient built environment with the COVID-19 pandemic. We need your expert advice on how the vulnerable heat stress would affect the mental health and how the government or even authority could play their responsibility to help with this situation? So Dr. Timothy, please.
Thank you for that powerful questions once again. It's one of the things that we are currently facing in the United States. The number of people that are facing depression due to shutdown has increased. People require more psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors. In fact, some people are on the waiting list for months. And one of the areas is, if you look at one, I mentioned that during my presentation, that the literature has shown all over and all over again that people are spending at least 90%. But due to the economic shutdown, it is projected that we'll be spending additional 5 to 10% indoors, especially now that the commute has reduced. So people work from home. Now, the comfort within indoor spaces is necessary. We need new guidelines on how to use spaces. We need a lot of government interventions, and we have to be creating some indoor activities that could inspire, motivate people. Because people we have, apart from the shutdown, people lost their job, people are down, a lot of things happening. So it needs, we need approach from the government. We need intervention from the government. We need new design guidelines to be able to navigate through this. It's a kind of interwoven situation that require a multifaceted approaches to be able to address this at different layers. Even going back to presentation that Professor Ohm mentioned, it is high time we pay attention to how we can use outdoor spaces. Maybe we have to break it into pods, because at some point in the United States, they closed down the public parks. People could not go down there because of the COVID. So as part of the designing resilient city, we might have to break down things in pods. Maybe within few blocks, to have a space, an open space where people can go out and play so that they can improve. And we have to also, nature, we can't take nature away from this. We have to focus on nature now, because that is also critical to help people to be able to motivate them, because when the pressure sets in, the heat stress sets in, it affects them.
Thank you, Dr. Timothy, for your opinion. I guess, ladies and gentlemen, these panelist sessions should be longer from the planned time, so that we can deal with many questions as we can. So we are actually, ladies and gentlemen, behind our schedule. So to wrap up this panelist session, I will have one quick question to all speakers, all right? Maybe the speakers from Dr. Ho, followed by Dr. Jema, and last but not least, our Dr. Timothy Adekunle can give their opinion on what is your global strategic advice for countries from different economic level in response to pandemic from your expertise perspective. Please welcome to our three plenary speakers. We will start with Prof. Ho first. Prof? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff. I believe this is a great opportunity to adopt the approach of BBB, Building Back Better, relook into the new normal. We have to embrace it. We have to live with it, with this pandemic. And I think we have to come back better than the previous pandemic. So in order to do that, there are many things that this is kind of knowledge sharing that we have from Australia, from US. And then I think we need a lot of more engagement, and we need a lot of more multidisciplinary discussion. This conference is interesting because it's conference of design. We are talking urban planning architecture. sustainable design, sustainable engineering. We have to talk about engineering when it comes to implementation. We have to talk about management. How do we go about it? And at the end of the day, the science to action. I think this is where all experts should come together and come up with some more holistic solution for a better future. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. It's all multidisciplinary indeed. Dr. Jema, your turn, please.
Thank you very much. I would agree with Pak's sentiments there that this is, a really interesting conference. I'm very much an interdisciplinary academic myself. And so in answer to this very broad question, I mean, I would just have to kind of repeat what I mentioned earlier around Barack Obama's quote that I used, which was very much about engaging together, cooperating as countries through the multilateral mechanisms that we have already established, but also utilizing our bilateral relationships. And I would also just add here a point that I'm interested in around one of the other the conference themes, which I think is related to the humanities in particular as an area, as a discipline, and its role in maybe the mitigation or post-COVID, post-pandemic crisis responses. And I think that, it's more important than ever. I was just mentioning there earlier about, the need for us to understand each other, that the demands that each country has on, at this point in time are different. And so it's up to the social sciences and humanities often, these disciplines from where I come, to understand and to act as translations or translators between different nations. And so, for example, there is that role between Australia and its own region. And we can do that. That's something that as academics we can contribute. But that's not really giving you a global strategy, but it is saying that people have power, I guess, that there are instruments there through international relations, but also through our own networks in academia, and this is something that we should use more. Thank you.
Yeah, great opinion from Dr. Jema. Thank you, Dr. Jema. So last but not least, I call upon Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle to wrap up with this last question. Please, Dr. Timothy.
Thank you. I will go back to what my last slide that I showed during my presentation. These 6 principles address the strategy, the global strategy, because it cuts across different disciplines. We have to design in harmony with nature. We have to facilitate healthy behavior. We have to create social value. We have to take climate action, and we have to prioritize comfort. Exactly. Because this cuts across all disciplines, and with this, we can get through this.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dr. Timothy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess there are still a lot of questions in our chat box to be asked to our plenary speaker. We are really apologize for not able to deal with all those questions due to time limitation. So thank you to all our speakers on behalf of the ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 Organizing Committee. We would again like to thank all the distinguished speakers, IR Marvels P. Situmorang, MT, Professor Dr. Ho Chin Siong, Dr. Jema Purdy, and Dr. Timothy O. Adekunle for the keynote and plenary session, as well as fruitful panelist discussion. Also not forgotten, the organizing committee would like to thank all the participants, session chair, invited guest committee members, and all of you in the audience for being very supportive and energetic towards the success of this academic event. Thank you. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, before the day dies, let us have a virtual photography session for remembrance. If possible, can everyone on your web camera, and we will have a screenshot with all those involved in today's ICSDEMS and ICSGS conference event. For this purpose, we cordially invite everyone again to open for your web camera. Please ensure the best lighting for better image capture. UI technical teams, hope you guys ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Very soon. Okay, please. All right. Attention to everyone. Get prepared. In the count of three, give us the most perfect smile. 1, 2, 3. Again, I guess, another snapshot maybe. In the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all ladies and gentlemen for this priceless virtual photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, important announcement for second day of ICSDEMS and ICSGS 2020 on 9 December 2020, Wednesday. Please be informed, ladies and gentlemen, that the event will be started at 10 a.m. Western Indonesian time. Again, 10 a.m. Western Indonesian time to give the interval for participants and audience to vote in the local election. Together, ladies and gentlemen, we build for better nation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, some important announcement. The event will be adjourned for presentation in parallel session, will be started soon at 12:30 to 18:00 Western Indonesian time. For today, we will have 5 different parallel sessions, while for tomorrow, 9 December 2020, we will have another 6 different parallel sessions. Please use the provided Zoom link available in the chat box and your conference invitation email. Please be reminded also to stay tuned with us for closing ceremony right after the parallel session, which will be held tomorrow afternoon. For the plenary speech, panelist session, partner message, and announcement of the best paper presenter, and last but not least, the closing remarks by the SSGS Director, Universitas Indonesia. Now we have come to end our opening ceremony and plenary session of ICSDEM 2020 and ICSGS 2020. On behalf of the organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our appreciation to everyone involved in this conference, organization either directly or indirectly. We hope everyone had a good time with us, and I wish you all happy conferencing. Have a nice day. Thank you again for supporting our virtual event. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Salam. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
everybody.
Salam, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Pak Jeff.
Yes, thank you. Most welcome.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right. Have a nice day, Prof.
Sure, be safe.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Dr. Jema. Thank you, Dr.
Bye-bye,
Timothy.
Jima.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Prof.
and team. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Great day to all. Dr. Timothy. Take care. Thank you. Bye.
From UPM. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Prof.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. See you.
See you. All right.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners able ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Universitas Indonesia, a place where knowledge and innovation are committed to humanity. Through its long story since 1849, Universitas Indonesia is considered as the oldest educational institution in Asia. It has been through a substantial change for more than a century. Founded as Javanese medical doctors' school, today Universitas Indonesia became a center of science, technology, culture, and arts. Located in a 320 hectares greenery area, Universitas Indonesia offers a comfortable environment for daily teaching and research activities. become one best world-class research university, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide wide and fair access of high-quality teaching and learning. Universitas Indonesia invites students from all over the world. A value of learning how to convey and to accept knowledge with global society, despite different language and cultural background. In the process to be an open knowledge community, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide learning opportunities to talented students from all over the world through its extensive scholarship program for more than 500 students each year. Excellences of the university's researchers has been proven by research products which benefits development of science, public welfare, technological, industrial achievement, and engineering, as well as government policies in social, economical, political, and cultural sectors. At Universitas Indonesia, each student has the opportunity to share knowledge and make it something that will impact society and how they get used to with global competitive environment. To become virtuous and globally competitive graduates and prominent leaders in many respective fields. Academic, extracurricular, and other resources are designed to prepare them for the highest positions of leadership and lives in many fields of service of global human endeavor. Also, how they learn to implementing knowledge as part of community service. A simple solutions for most common social problem in developing countries. Many graduates of Universitas Indonesia play a central role in both national and global development, a strong tradition in making contribution to society. Interaction with global influential leaders is part of learning process of all University of Indonesia's academic society. How they perceive a global challenge through the respective leaders. It's our commitment to constantly developing a learning community that always moves forward with open arms to embrace all talented young people. Universitas Indonesia, the next level of excellence.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Universitas Indonesia, universitas kami, ibu kota negara, pusat ilmu budaya bangsa. Kami mahasiswa, pengabdi cita, belajar ilmu pekerti luhur, untuk nusa dan bangsa. Semangat lincah gembira, sadar bertugas mulia,
Hello. Hello, very good day, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our presentations, parallel sessions. So we are expecting some presenters and also some audience to join these parallel sessions. So we are now in the lobby. The concept is all of the presenters, according to the sessions, would join all of the breakout rooms, and the audience could choose any sessions that would like to attend. So in each of the breakout room, we are going to have LO here. So they are going to be the MC of the sessions, and they are going to pass the sessions to the session chair that will lead the presentations of all 10 presenters. And of course, we have 10 presenters, and the rest are the audience that would maybe move from one breakout room to another breakout room. So for all LOs, I think they are expected to be in the breakout room already. And for the all audiences, please you could choose any breakout room according to the sessions or the theme that you would like to attend. I think everything is fine. Everything is set. We are going to start the presentation sessions from 12:30. From 12:30. So if you have any difficulties, please, we have some committee in the lobby, as well as the LO in each of the breakout room. You could please drop your questions in the chat room. Or if you have any difficulties in entering the breakout room, please also ask our committee to assist you. I think everything is fine. So once again, welcome to our conference, our international conference, ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020. I'm Dr. Lin Yola. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish you a happy conference. And of course, we hope that the conference could give you the good insight. Thank you very much for joining us. And please, you could start to join the breakout room. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Get me.
We wait.
Okay, we start now, sir.
Oh, so we can start now.
I will open, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Go on. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of SSGS UI International Conference, ICSGS, and ISDEM 2020. This is parallel session, the economic perspectives of Fourth International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies, ICSGS 2020, the annual international conferences hosted by School of Strategic and Global Studies. I'm honored to see and Faris as co-hosts for this parallel session. Before we start the parallel session, I would like to give some announcement about the rule in this parallel session. First, to all presenters, please be ready with your presentation according to the order as in the conference book. You will be given 15 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes for Q&A. Second, this parallel session is recorded and some of the presentation will be presented live on our YouTube channel at International Collaboration. Hence, we would like to ask for your consent to be recorded. Third, to our dear audience, I would like to inform you that you could join the parallel session to your preference by clicking the breakout room button below your Zoom application.
Yeah.
Okay, for the respected session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of this parallel session. Fifth, you also could ask some questions presented by the presenter in the chat room. You may move from one breakout room session to another. Sixth, the link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel presentation session. Seventh, we will have closing ceremony on December 9, 2020 at 4 p.m. Western Indonesia time. The link of closing ceremony will be also available on the chat room by the end of this parallel session. Eighth, I will stand by throughout the entire session in this breakout room. You may leave your concern in the chat room at
center and also appointed as the session chair. Then I will start my presentation first before you all present your works today. Okay, so I will share my screen. Okay, can you see all my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I will make it slideshow. Okay. Okay then. Okay, yeah. Thank you for your again here in this breakout room. This is our works. Our articles take the title of Participatory Guarantee System, or PGS, as a strategy for small farmers' autonomy and sustainability during pandemic. On behalf of my co-author, Pandaningrum, I will make a presentation for our articles today. Okay, this is our agenda. We will speak about the introduction, background of our research, aims of our research, and then method and data that we use, and then findings, and then followed by discussion. So, as we currently experience until today, that the pandemics disrupt almost everything. And then, as we can see, as the pandemic still going on, the demand from the healthy food increase. Consumers may assume food should not be contaminated by synthetic chemicals or excessive human interference, for example. And then consequently, organic products organic product needs increases and benefits the production's economic scale. And also during this pandemic, there is increment of the risk of dishonest traders exploiting the added value of organic product. Thus, organic standard become a concern for consumers. However, third-party certification bodies have been widely criticized, on the other hand, for being very difficult to access by the small farmer and housing market kind of monopolies. And then also during this pandemic, an alternative approach for them to get an organic label is through the participatory guarantee systems, or PGS, which is mainly intended for local markets, perceived to be democratic, independent, and based on all the small farmer and consumer participation to guarantee the organics of the products. So our aims, first, we analyze PGS as an avenue for farmers to create organic guarantees amid the pandemic that limits mobility and market access. And then we like to draw the knowledge of how the organic farming model with the PGS can increase autonomy and sustainability for farmers in our research location, which is in Pacet village, especially in dealing with the current pandemic COVID-19. So location, as we can see in the map, in a Pacet district, or at the Klaket village in Mojokerto. You can see Eastern Java province. This village has an area of almost 225 million hectares, which are generally highlands, so in a mountain backbone. The total population of Klaket village is around 3,500 people, with one of third is heads of families. So our research location is located at the Eastern Java in a mountainous landscape. We can see the passage of the land. As you can see, there are a lot of what we can say, still the green area, and very much suitable with organic products of production. Okay. And then, however, only 15% the population of this village on their own land, and most are only landless agricultural laborers. So they are only as laborers in process of agriculture here in Klaket village. The picture of the farmers and their activities, as you can see, they work together of the products, organic products. So the method and the data. We use systematic literature studies, which are supported by two data collection methods. First, we distributed questionnaires to around almost more than 20 farmers, exactly in 23 farmers who are members of PGS in Pacet. Second, by selecting in-depth interviews with 12 PGS farmers and 2 consumers and a PGS budget supporting official. Interviews were conducted in September and October 2020 by online interview. The data analysis technique is done by descriptive and by organizing the data into coding. We use N5O to collect together the insight coming from the data. According to Miles and Witterman, codings are text or labels for assigning units of meaning to the descriptive or inferential information completed during a study. Codes are usually attached to chunks of varying size, words, phrase, sentence, or whole paragraphs connected. Newman, 2014. So, all in all, we use N5O to analyze these interviews. So, straightforward to the findings. The PGS model helps. We found that the PGS model helps the farmer get an organic guarantee and facilitates farmers to be involved in the whole food system, from food production until consumers consume the food. PGS model gives the citizens opportunities to actively participate in contributing to food democracy, actually. During the current pandemic, organic product sales is almost double. So particularly from the direct sale to end consumers. The organic farming model with PGS certification and a sale goes directly to the end consumer can be an alternative in redesigning a food chain system to trigger farmer autonomy, focuses on developing local food production, and more resilient to major stressors such as COVID-19. As today, still we experience of this pandemic. That's all for from us. We hope that we have a discussion about these articles. And thank you. If you have any question or insight, please allow me to hear. Thank you.
Bapak Atur, you have 5 minutes left if you want to add something.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. If we can use it for discussion, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Any question or any suggestion or critics are welcome. Or maybe I can show the sort of our interview by showing you our articles, maybe.
Okay.
If I have still time.
Yeah, you have. This presentation is left 4 minutes left, and we have 10 minutes for question and answer. Actually.
Question and answer, okay.
So
So
we have
maybe
much time, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I will open my article so we can see the complete, at least viewers, attendees can see the interview data. Can you see my screen right now? Okay,
Yes.
yeah. So insight coming from the farmers using N5O software, we pick up the word phrase coming from their this interview, so we can make a conclusion that is indeed that the PGS system helped them to empower themselves. So they can empower themselves through the this guarantee system. So the guarantee system involve also consumers and also involve the in the producers. So they make good communication about this product, and then consumer believes that this product is really an organic product, because according to our knowledge that organic products has its own characteristic, strict characteristic about a product, organic product, such as, for example, organic product cannot, must not using kind of chemical substance. Even the requirement of the land must be situated at the mountainous landscape. So the water itself is not contaminated by other chemical substance, as maybe water in the lower area is having a chance to be more contaminated. So the criteria of this this kind of organic product is very strict. So this is the comparison between conventional farmer and the PGS farmer, and they say that the conventional farmer, most of them say that they always facing that they always not every time, but many times their crop fail, and then also lack of the buyer, then followed by the unstable price. That's the main three concern of the conventional farmer coming from the same village, Klaket village. But with the organic farming, they say that mostly say that they can get an additional income for doing this kind of organic farming. And then they have also new knowledge, grabbing new knowledge to plan a product. And then buyer, about the buyer, they have kind of a feeling for certainty to have the buyer waiting always for their product. And this is you can see the interview. We try to collect information from this interview, and we can see that most of them satisfied with the system of this participatory guarantee system. Participatory mean every part who are being as a producer of this product, and the part of the consumer are always interacting in a very good way of communication, so they can they feel secure in consuming this product as an organic product. Okay, that's all for me, as the time for presentation is over. And now I'm offering again, if you have all any concern or any question, please let me know. So as an example, for example, for these mysteries are in as a farmer, she said that since it's organic, I don't borrow any money. Family expenses can also be reduced because the cost of food such as vegetables is taken from the garden. So it's more economical, she said. So organic farming in this area really give new way of life of the people of the village, and giving more spirit to interact with environment, understand better how to plant vegetables, for example, and understand better what consumer wants. As the pandemic currently need of the organic products really double, so they feel this is kind of a blessing in disguise with this pandemic from their perspective. So and I believe that organic farming in other area may result in the same situation, which is positive situation. Okay, that's all from me. If you don't have any questions, I may stop my presentation and continue to the next presenter. Is it okay, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, it's okay, sir. For your information to all presenters, the session chairs in this session is Bapak Atur Subroto, will not consider as the best presenter.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I will not appoint myself.
Yeah. So don't worry. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, shall I continue to the next presenters?
Okay.
Okay, in our agenda, the next presenters will be Ms. Slita Saribarus. Are you there? I will stop my share. Ms. Slita Saribarus?
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Olutobi Benga, ICSGS, and all participants. Can you hear my voice? Sorry.
Come closer to your mic so that we can hear you. Your voice is very faint.
Okay. Can you hear my voice now?
I can.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Purviasari, and today I'm going to present a paper titled "How Does Urban Development Contribute to Urban Heat Island? A Decay Increase of Urban Heat Intensity in Jakarta Metropolitan Area." Okay. Jakarta Metropolitan Area, locally known as Jabodetabek, dates from 1997. With strengthening and concentration of the economic concept, is the capital city that handles 50% of circulation of state finance and now became the largest metropolitan area in Indonesia, with 6 cities and three provinces. In 2019, Jakarta population has central of the Jabodetabek has reached 10.5 million. So this trend raised environmental issues, especially in increasing in urban air temperature, which is one of the main contributors to climate change. In this context, one of the focus issues that need to be targeted for a solution in Jakarta is urban heat area phenomena. We know urban heat island occur as a result of change in temperature, albedo, evapotranspiration, and energy flux. This phenomenon is a clear example of humans being careless in modifying the climate. Yes, the urban areas influence the atmosphere through a number of processes. This illustration like a condition in Jakarta metropolitan area or called Jabodetabek. The first one is paved surface and concentrate canyon absorb the sun's rays and produce heat, or it can be heat storage. Number two, chemical emitted by cars, industrial facilities, and even trees affect sunshine in different ways. And then the warm air rising from city may collide with moist air from the nearby body of water, releasing precipitation downwind of the city. And the warm air and precipitation can affect for 100 miles. It can affect from the Jabodetabek area. So in this study, we use remote sensing method to help us knowing land surface temperature, NDVI for the green vegetation, and NDBI for the built-up area index. We extract the data from Landsat 5 and 6 and 8. So the data observation from Landsat imagery based from sensors. So we extract from 4 bands. Then we can produce land surface from band 10 and 11. And then to compare the result of the variables, we can make a model with linear regression model. And this is the result. The first one, we can show the population growth from a rural area, Bodetabek, to Jakarta and become urban sprawl in Jakarta metropolitan area. Shown in table 1, built up density grown fastly in every dense. For the example, in high density from 9.5 to 42.2. High density in first 5 years is getting fast, but in 2014 to 2019, is going slower because the trend is changing. And then from this table, we can get vegetation index, shown dense index. But in this NDVI, we can see a pattern increasing or decreasing, but both from 2009, 2015 until 2019. At last, 10 years development in Jabodetabek built up area grown 215% from west. The high density build up means more areas covered by high buildings, which can indicate a characteristic of metropolitan city. So, Jakarta metropolitan area have many core. The high density building found in North Jakarta, in Tangerang, until Bekasi in Jakarta is Jakarta. And then we have NDVI here to show vegetation index. In 2009, can we see the moderate vegetation? It means there's too many paddy fields. In 2009, the data was taken at harvest time, so that the level of greenness was relatively low, even though the tree data were recorded during the dry season. So the green index changed because the harvest time. And then we have the city light. Here, the city light shown the activities of human in night. We can see in 2014 there was high brightness reaching 640 nanowatt per centimeter square per radian. But in 2019, the highest brightness level was only 33,008 nanowatt. So it can show that Jakarta as a core, this Jakarta is a core, and the city light is fading away from the center, straight line like a road here, with the high brightness to center, from center to the east. in Jakarta and evenly spread to its suburban. Urban heat islands occur as a result of urban growth that is getting faster and wider in suburban area. You can see in 2014 in suburban areas we found the high temperature and become higher in 2019. In 2019, the temperature distribution approaching 40 degrees Celsius is in the Jakarta area of whole and there are line pattern. There's line pattern that stretch from south to north that define the center of Bogor city according to the main road. The temperature value in suburban, in here suburban, range from 18 to 34 degrees Celsius. Suburban areas that have a relatively flat altitude and the same as Jakarta have a temperature different up to 5 degrees Celsius. While for areas that have a different altitude, the city in north area, it's still the same.
Asia, with its
a
vast
higher
and steady
than
growth,
the others.
has turned itself into the leader of global economy.
When viewed from the distribution
Indonesia,
pattern,
with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
and Iraq and other countries, namely Egypt, Hungary, Serbia, Macedonia, and Greece, as well as Libya. Not only that, Syrian refugees are also targeting European countries bordering the coast, namely Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. Next. The large number of Syrian refugees entering Europe and Turkey has led to cooperation between the two countries, which are considered Usantu citizens. Both countries aim to address the refugee problem in Syria. Some of the statements also resulted from cooperation between the EU and Turkey. The EU-Turkey Joint Action Plan and the Turkey statement was made as a form of cooperation agreement between the EU-Turkey in addressing the Syrian population refugee crisis. Next. Based on the background above, research aimed to conduct an analysis of the cooperation conducted between the European Union and Turkey in dealing with the refugee crisis. Next. The results show the international cooperation between the European Union and Turkey in dealing with the refugee crisis has been effective with the new EU agreement, a Turkey statement that can reduce refugees by almost 95%. Next. The methodology in this research is qualitative and descriptive analysis. Researchers will focus on the analysis of cooperation conducted by the EU and Turkey in dealing with the refugee crisis. The analysis will be based on the implementation of the results of the joint agreement between the EU and Turkey in the EU-Turkey Joint Action Plan and the EU Statement Turkey. Next. Europe is one of the first regions in the world increasingly integrated with the times, the life of European society during the period of ancient Greece and Rome. There were discoveries that had been achieved in the Industrial Revolution and the entry of modern Europe in the development of Europe in the World War I and WW2 until the formation of the European Union. The European Union is the world's first supranational organization where member states can do common political interests and use political lines and agree to ink together. Next. Turkey is a country that has a location between two continents consisting of Europe and Asia. Turkey, which is divided into 97% of Asia and the rest of Europe. Turkey has 81 provinces, with the capital of Turkey being Istanbul. Turkey is a founding member of the United Nations, the Organization of Islamic Conferences, the OECD, and the OSCE, until it became a member of the Council of Europe since 1949 and NATO 1952. The founder of the AKP himself is a former Islamist who supports secularism. Next. But PESCO is an instrument used by countries in the European Union in creating and discussing initiatives and projects in the field of defense. PESCO aims to increase the pace of integration with the European framework. With the arrival of new defense agencies such as EDF and PESCO, this is a significant achievement in the ability to address European security. It will be infected with third countries that are not fully EU members such as Norway, Turkey, and the UK. With the involvement of these countries on PESCO will have a direct impact on the future of the European Union and NATO. Next. The evacuation by Syrian civilians was due to Turkey conducting military operation on the dead. On Wednesday, October 9, 2019, Turkey carried out an attack on Kurdish fighters in northeastern Syria by carrying out airstrikes that hit the border town of Ras Al Ain. Turkey's President Tayyip Erdogan announced the initial attack and said the aim was to eliminate what he called a terror corridor on Turkey's southern border. The EU will not give a single percent to Turkey if Turkey creates a safe zone as part of its strike. Next. Kurdish militia force considered terrorist by the Turkish government because of their cooperation with the US by the time Turkey attacked the Kurdish militia. The US ordered its force to withdraw. The withdrawal was denounced by Kurdish militia leader for having been stabbed in the back by the US president, namely Donald Trump. The Turkish offensive and the withdrawal of troops by the US have drawn criticism from the international community because Kurdish forces are pent-up allies in the coalition against the group calling itself the Islamic State in Syria. Next. The EU-Turkey Joint Action Plan was created by Turkey and the European Union to address the influx of refugees into their territories. The influx of refugees has had an impact on European politics, prompting the head of the European Council, Donald Tusk, to visit Turkey to discuss policy and make Turkey an ally in tackling the Syrian refugee issue. The meeting was held in the hope of enlisting Turkey help to cope with the arrival of Syrian refugees by sea to European territory, especially on the Greek island. Turkey didn't explicitly approve the cooperation request. Turkey then submitted a gift request to the European Union to grant visa waivers to Turkish citizens who would enter European territory. Next. Cooperation EU-Turkey statement. Cooperation between the EU and Turkey is to address the growing Syrian refugee crisis entering European and Turkish territory. EU statement Turkey passed on March 18, 2016 in hopes of resolving the issue of deporting Syrian immigrants. That includes limiting the number of refugees in each country to Syrian refugees. Next. Previously, Europe and Turkey used an agreement called the European Union-Turkey Joint Action Plan, passed on November 29. In 2015, in hopes of stopping the flow of migration that coursed to Turkey towards European territory. The agreement, which applies to illegal migrants entering Turkey into Greek territory, will be returned to Turkey on March 20, 2016, and will apply for migrants who are in the process of applying for asylum and who are not applying for asylum. Under the agreement, the EU and Turkey have agreed that the EU will provide around 3 billion euros in aid, which will be used to improve humanitarian conditions in dealing with Syrian refugees in Turkey. Under conditions proposed by Turkey, the country has made visa arrangements easier for its citizens when it comes to Europe. European Union Turkey current statement is cooperating, resulting in the decline of illegal immigrants to Greece. Next. EU, the second Turkey statement is an increase in cooperation established by the European Union and Turkey on the support of Syrian refugees in the absence of a temporary protection regulation. Turkey is enhancing this cooperation with the EU, which is devoted to better border protection for Bulgaria and Greece. The EU then provided humanitarian aid and funds to Syrian refugees who were in Turkey's temporary protection in return. Next. Under the agreement, Turkey will be given $6 billion in funding to help finance projects for the handling of Syrian refugees. The cooperation aims to achieve the goal of reaching a mutual agreement between the EU and Turkey. Next. Our conclusion is an